Hi. Hey. Hello. How you doing? You clicked on a link, it brought you here. That's a portal into my world. This is Periwinkle Palace Arts. I'm Princess Bun Bun, and I'm here with my buddies. We do art stuff here. Yep, today's gonna be a weird day. Let's say hi, bunnies. Okay. If you've been around, you know Maya. She rested a lot this weekend. She's ready to go. Okay, so this is Maya, and she's my fibromyalgia bunny. And in case you haven't met her yet, I show you, this is her fibromyalgia butterfly. And she also has little blood drops printed on her body in different spots that are somewhat similar to where fibromyalgia trigger points are typically located. Huh, I didn't know there was two on the shoulders and back. These bunnies, like when you get them, they're so new and fluffy that sometimes the little details, like the embroidered details, they don't stand out until after you've cuddled the bunny for a while. But anyway, yes, you can sit under the laptop today. It's pretty clear under there, despite what it looks like on the desk, huh? Yeah, okay. She likes to sit under the laptop. It's her favorite spot because she knows I look there a lot. Who else do we have? We have Polly. He is my bipolar bunny. And he has all kinds of bipolar symbology on him that I can't remember. But I mean, if you get it, bipolar used to be called manic depressive disorder, but now it's bipolar, and there's two types, type 1 and type 2. I love his ears. He doesn't come out here very often, but when I'm experiencing my bipolar symptoms super hard, he comes out here. Okay. Is it there? I'm gonna have to move you guys sometimes today. I'm sure of it. And this is Mocha. Mocha is part of their latte collection. And of course, you know I love coffee. Well, if it's a flavored coffee, it's gonna be mocha flavored. I absolutely adore her.
This is a reminder. Take an ashwagandha.
She has super tiny
This
feet.
is a reminder. Take an ashwagandha.
Like, those legs will take her anywhere. So, she loves this dress. I actually got it for a different bunny. Oh, you know what? I need to fix this bow too, you guys. Oh, I'm gonna have to fix that. That's a weird way to do the bow. I don't know what's going on with that. Okay. Anyway, this is Mocha. I love her soft ears, and she has like these little beans on her, like on her cheeks and up above her eyes. But most of all, I love her eyes. Do you see that? Isn't she gorgeous? Anyway, so I got this little dress for her. It's very frilly, and she absolutely loves it. And I think she looks just fabulous. And also, when she sits down, it keeps her from falling over because of her short legs. because she doesn't sit up on her own. She can't stand up either. I think it's so that my coffee bunny won't run away. I would be sad. So all of these bunnies, they're handmade. And I have a lot of them. And I've given quite a lot of them as gifts. So I'm familiar with them. And I absolutely love it that every bunny has one little thing that's just super distinctive about them. And you could call it a defect, but I don't think it is. Like Maya, her legs are 2 different lengths. Mocha has tiny feet. What was Polly's? I don't really remember. I think he was one with a hidden symbol. Anyway, one of my bunnies came without a tail. And I had to fuss at the husband quite a bit to make him say the bunny's actual name. He was calling him Tailless for a while. No, we don't pick on people because of how they're unique. Okay. If you can tell, I have this background up behind me now. I'll put it to you this way. We're doing it in very small parts, adjustments, because I don't think I like it quite yet. But also part of that is the lighting and the camera, I think. I don't know. I can't see it that well. Y'all let me know. It's a miracle that I got it up, okay? So I tried to change out the cameras this weekend. What I bought to mount my cameras and everything was based on them being mounted on the wall and not attached to my desk in front of me in my building. Moving has shuffled the order of doing things all around. It's driving me insane. So, I can do this. I can do this. We can do this. We're going to get through this. You guys, I showed up today. I started trying to arrange this stuff because I have a bunch of things to go through. Kind of set up what we're going to be doing in the near future. I have some questions to ask you guys. Okay? And we are going to do some coloring today. And my fingernail came off. It did not hurt. It came right off. It looks dirty. It looks messy, but that's because even though I played with it to get it off a lot, I didn't clean the adhesive completely off. So that sticky adhesive, it kind of gets like gummy, and you can just roll it off. Anyway, the overlay is fine. So all we need to do is clean the nail a little bit, clean this really good, and reapply the nail. So we're going to do that today. I could have done it on yesterday, but I didn't because I wanted to let you guys see it. Yeah, okay. So I need to do that today. I have my camera zoomed out right now because, as I said, I tried to move things this weekend. But I also had to think. I don't deal with change well. I don't know if anybody else can relate to that. I mean, only every human being on the planet. And there's also like some emotional stuff involved in the we're moving process. This is the first house that was ever mine. My husband and I bought it together. We picked it out together, And we moved in here when my youngest was 6 years old. That kid will be 20. 20? You know what? I can't math right now. And I'm not going to wake him up to ask him how old he is. Okay, anyway, he was born in 2006. You can do the math. You let me know. Anyway, he'll be a year older in, December, whatever. Anyway, so we moved in here in 2013, I think. And it's ours. It's fully paid for. It's ours. And I love this house. And while I don't absolutely love where I live, I kind of love where I live because we're off a main road, very back. It's pretty quiet back here until there's a neighbor that's not right on our street, but the street over. Their music gets really loud. Now I don't mind loud music. I don't even mind somebody else's loud music, but when all I can hear is the bass. And it's so loud that it's vibrating my house. Which is vibrating into my bones and joints. It drives me crazy. But, anyway, there's a lot of emotional attachment to this house. And I've also been working on making this house exactly what I wanted this house to be since we moved into this house. And there's a lot of memories here. We raised 3 kids through the most memorable years of their life here. There are specific things that I don't like about where we're moving to. Really, it's only the where, to be honest. I like the house. I love the house. And every change that gets finished at the house, I love it even more. Which, if you guys want to see photos or before and after photos, I created a screen this weekend in OBS that will allow me to open something on my laptop and let you guys see it with me. So if you guys want to see some photos, I have before and after photos of the house. My portal got put in. Yes, there's a portal in my new house just for me. Additionally, we are doing a medication adjustment. It's very tiny, but these things we have to adjust very incrementally and see how they affect me, and I have to create logs. I have to log everything, and I don't always do it. I've been slacking on it for a few weeks. I don't know. I don't even, my glucose sensor ended 2 days ago. See, I don't have one on. If you guys would like to see how I put those on, because there's some tricks that I've learned and a process that I've created to where I can make it so your glucose monitor does never fall off. Seriously. Anyway, it's just a combination of a few products from Amazon and an actual process I kind of created. Kind of I have to do the dry manicures on myself. I kind of do the same thing to my skin, and I use an adhesive improver and a patch. It's a whole thing. Anyway, I need to put that on because I can't even track anything right now. If it's not tracking my glucose, then I don't track my calorie intake and everything. And I have no data to figure out what's working and what's not, because I don't remember. Like, I might remember tomorrow if I felt especially bad today, but if I don't write down everything I did during the day and like when I took this medication or when I had a smoke or when I fell asleep, I won't be able to tell what affected my day. So one of these days, I'm going to refresh myself on how to create a database or take some lessons on how to create a database in Notion. I love Notion. But right now, I'm having some restriction issues in Notion because did I mention to you guys that I did a credit card thing? I'm not laughing about it because look, I bought a lot of bunnies. Most of the purchases that I made on my credit card were approved by the husband. I need to pay it this month, and I'll pay it today. And that should bring it down enough that my automatic payments won't be denied. Oops. So I can't use Notion very effectively right now. But I want to create a database to log everything easily. And I've built databases before. Not pretty ones, but functionally very effective, but not necessarily pretty databases. But to be honest with you, I know how to use Microsoft. That's what I was trained on. It's Microsoft Office. If you give me Microsoft, I know how to use it. But genuinely, I've had a Mac for the past decade, and it still doesn't function as well as I need it to. Like, there are some things that are just so counterintuitive to me, and I don't know if that's because that's how I was trained and what I'm really comfortable with, or if it's just that a Mac is not for me functionally. But my problem with that is that everything else that I use is Apple. There's reasons for that. The majority of them having to do with accessibility and functionality and ease of cross communication. But the husband asked me a few days back, he was like, when we move and I get you a new computer, would it be okay if I got you a Mac? He either said, would it be okay if or can I please get you a Mac? Something like that. I mean, a Windows computer. I'd like to get you a desktop. He said, can I get you a Windows computer? I'd like to get you a desktop. And I just looked at him and I was like, please? Yes, please. I've tried to run on a Mac for so long. And at this point, I don't have the time to sit here and really teach myself how to use something. I don't have the time, I don't have the focus for it. At this point, that could change in the future. Hopefully it will change in the near future. Anyway, point is, I forgot what I was saying. Right. I was tracking things. I had to track things. So tracking things also includes me tracking things like my mood levels, um, my energy levels, um, fatigue, pain, whether it's localized or widespread, and what my pain level is, which I use well, not completely, but I use a different pain chart than what the doctor's offices use. So I have it saved on my phone so that I can show them which one I'm using, because a person with chronic pain does not correspond to the numbers that a non-chronic patient would be having in pain. So, for example, if 0 is no pain whatsoever and 10 is excruciating pain, the worst pain in your life, if you live at 5 every day, then that's 0 pain is never a starting point for a person in chronic pain. Does that make sense? Like, you're never at 0. So if your average pain level is a 5, then your doctor needs to understand that you start at 5, and that's what you live with every day, and that's mostly tolerable. So when you start at 5, you mark that as 0 on this pain chart, and then like 5 is excruciating and intolerable, and then 10 is actually the worst pain you've ever experienced in your life. Like, you're literally dying and screaming, and yeah. And the useful thing about the chart that I use, I didn't make it, but it has a description of the pain for each number. So it's just a little bit different, and it helps me describe pain a little bit better. But I have to track everything. I track exercise, I track meditation, I track time in the sun, I track sleep, I track snoring, I track hearing levels, audio levels, my weight. Because it's a lot of data to pull together, it would be nice to have it all in one place, or like one app that would import it all from everywhere. I have it import data from a lot of apps to other apps, but it's kind of like this app can go to that app, but this app can't read to this app. This app can't send, this app can read. And then I have to have a fourth program to pull together these two into some kind of report, and that might just be for like mindful moments or minutes or whatever. It's a lot to do, like physically, but also mentally. But here's the thing, I'm disabled. What else do I have to do? So I do spend, and I like to learn, and I don't feel like medication of any kind is the sole solution to this. And I'm not trying to cure myself, as nice as that would be. I'm not trying to cure myself. I think that a lot of us who have chronic conditions spend a lot of time and energy on trying to cure ourselves. Let me tell you something. To me, this is my opinion, but to me, trying to cure yourself and become perfectly healthy is just another level of perfectionism. Because every year that you live your life, it doesn't matter what age you are, every year that you live your life, your body ages. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. It's just a stone cold fact. So the goal is to take care of your body the best you can and, you know, focus on maybe functionality over perfect health. I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. I don't try to do anything all the way. If the goal, if you tell me that the goal, a starting goal for meditation is to meditate for 5 minutes every day of the week, I'm going to look at you and say, okay, so I'm aiming for 5 minutes twice a week. I may never get to every day, but you know what? I might get to 10 minutes a day, twice a week. I could get to 5 minutes a day, 4 times a week, maybe even 5 times or 6 times if I throw in a bedtime meditation. You can I do the longer ones for that because it counts, and I don't know when I fall asleep during them. It could be 5 minutes in, it could be 15 minutes in, I don't know. So, like I said, that's just tracking meditation. And so then I try to go down this cobweb of information and pull all that data together. Personally, I think that I could do the things that I want to do technologically a lot better if I was on a Windows computer. It's just, I'm still pretty freaking good at Microsoft. Everything. Yeah. So, I've got to get back to the tracking. I said I was going to start this morning. I forgot to start this morning. I'll start tomorrow morning. That's a good thing because I have to put that sensor on today. So we'll just get the sensor on today, update all of the things that I haven't been tracking to, say, I didn't check anything during this period. That's so I know that I didn't lose data. I got lazy. Actually, I don't even like that word. Not lazy. I was otherwise focused for a little bit. Boy, us human beings have to learn how to give ourselves a lot of grace, and I don't like to say that we need to forgive ourselves because, okay, maybe there's some things that you do need to forgive yourself for, but if we're talking about everyday life and just getting through the day and expectations that others have of us or that we have of ourselves or where we are in our life journey or healing journey or life plan, goals, whatever. If you're constantly telling yourself that you need to forgive yourself for these things, isn't that insinuating that you did something wrong in the first place? Is it? It's just a thought that I had because I think that we need to stop seeing these mistakes and problems and bad things that we're doing as such. They might be mistakes, but I feel like mistakes should kind of be celebrated. They are they're the vehicle and the impetus for change and growth. Anyway, so yeah, I have to start tracking a bunch of stuff again because of the meds adjustment, which means I have to kind of adjust my schedule. And you guys, if you don't already know, you're going to learn that me adjusting things, it's just ridiculously difficult. So yeah, so moving is a big change. All right. So I found this coloring book when I was outside in my building the other day, and I decided that it's one that I'm okay with coloring in the actual pages. So that's where this little thing that I colored over the weekend came from. It's mostly finished. We're going to finish it up here in a little bit. All I really need to do is kind of finish the little gems, and there's just the two rings here, the round dot like things and the square ones. So I want to finish those, and I want to cover this right here, and I want to add a little bit of a cast shadow underneath the key. So what I did with this, I just wanted to do kind of like a study or a practice, where I just kind of freehand it. And I also wanted to keep the colors that I used all in the same range of each other. So I chose 6 colors. I chose them from one of my favorite pencil sets. So I love my Prismacolors, but I also have the 50-piece set of Arteza metallic colored pencils. And I also have the 50-pack set of pastels. And I'm going to tell you, they're budget friendly, as people would say. That's what I hear other people call them, budget friendly. But I actually quite like them because they are, I would say, maybe slightly softer than the Prismacolor Premieres. And that works out really good because it's really smooth and creamy application, kind of. And that actually allows it to leave more of the metallic sparkle on the page. I like that. Anyway, so these are the 6 colors that I used. And I can't remember which color. I kept forgetting this while I was doing it this weekend too. I think it's 25, if I can figure out, 28 and 25. So I kept having to refer to my color chart. I love making my own swatch charts. So this is the one I made for the metallics set. I have a bunch of things that I have not swatched yet or made charts for, and the reason for that is that I can't find my stamps. Anyway, let's see. 33 and what did I do? I did 33 and 35 together. Okay. And then I had 36 and 28 together. And then these 2 slightly reddish colors. I wanted to keep it in the purple range, so I went from this color 725 to this color 733, and that gave me like a range from purple through pink to a little bit of red. So I have 725 and 725 and 731. And what I did is, with each of these little sets of color, I chose the area that I was going to color them in. So for this set, 28 and 36, I did all of the parts that look purple, like deep purple. I did all of that. Then for these pink areas, anything that looks pink or slightly red toned, that was these ones, 731 and 725. And then for anything that looks silver, we're talking about this ring right here, that ring right there in the middle. The like, I think of them as like stairs. Here, 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 and here was these two colors, which is like a purpley gray. So those are the only colors that I used to color this. So what I was working on was mainly light source and contrast. So yeah, I did that this weekend. I just needed something to help me focus even when I was in my room, because I'm trying to get my life together. I will post the final version of this to the YouTube community. Out of the same book, with this book right here, I was looking through it, and there's a lot of different little patterns that can basically serve for color studies, technique practice, contrast, light source practice, all of that. There's quite a few varieties of things you can color. Here's another key. And I'm okay with coloring on the pages for this. That's wild. Anyway, so I figured I would just kind of keep this handy for random coloring when I'm in my room. So I went ahead and pulled this one out. What I'm doing with that one is, it's kind of Christmassy, I think, but I'm working on light source again and, making things look three-dimensional. But I'm not doing it with colors. I guess technically it's colors, right? I listen to music all day long, so if you're looking at me and going, what is she like bebopping to? There's no music. There is. It's just right here in my ears. If you would like to know what it is that I'm dancing to, look right there on the bottom of the screen. There is a little box with a screen share of my Spotify mini player. That's the best I can do right now. I'm not messing around with the copyright stuff. Okay, guys. So with this page right here, I'm just using the cool grays. Prismacolor Premier cool grays. I have the whole range, 10, 20, 30, 50, 70, 90, and black. I'm going to color this whole thing with just these, and then I'm going to come back over each item with just a single color, because doing this first should provide the same thing as when I do 3 different colors to add depth. I do 3 different levels of a color. So like your light, your dark, and your midtone, if that makes sense. So that's what I'm working on kind of off screen right now. Also this. I was literally swapping out between 3 different things coloring this weekend in the bed. I was in bed for like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. All right. That's those. Okay, now that I showed you that, I can put the swatch chart in here. What else do we have here? I put the pencils in here sometimes so that they don't go anywhere between now and when I put them away. Today, we are going to start on version 2 of this. So I've got her printed out here. We are going to do a dark skin version and customize our colors for everything else. I mean, some things we might keep the same, but we'll see. I might even like let you guys choose some of the colors. But we're gonna do the tie-dye, we're gonna do the guitar and all the beads and everything. So really, I'm doing the same thing, we're just changing the colors. So we're gonna work on that. And then, I finally got my, I stopped trying to do it myself and got my husband to cut up all that very large paper for me. So I pulled out these 2 colors. This is like black, and this is kind of a charcoal gray, I guess. I'm not sure. I was gonna label the papers, but they got all mixed up when they were cut. So I'm going to go back, and I sorted them out according to color. Now I need to go back and arrange them in proper color order and label each color. But I'll have to look on the website, my receipt or whatever, to see what exact colors each one is. Anyway, I don't know how the printer is going to print on this black, but we're going to give it a shot. And, well, I don't know. If it really gives me trouble and I can't figure out a way to transfer our line art onto this black, then I'll use this one. But I'm going to try the printing. We'll see. And lastly, I have this. Now, we're going to pull out sometime this week all of my Sarah Renee color planning products. I did get the color cubes in here. So what we'll do is I'll pull up on the screen, and maybe we'll do this tomorrow, to show y'all the way I use the color catalog and the color companion. And then from there I can show you how I combine that with the color cubes to plan out a piece. All right, are you guys ready to do some art? I can stop talking for a little bit. So for right now, I'm just gonna use these colors for the skin. That's what we're starting with. And then we'll probably get that done today. Maybe we'll get that other day. And then I'll go back through all the pencils I have here that I haven't put away yet and plan out what color scheme I want to do for the rest of it. So if you guys have a vote or a suggestion, so you could tell me which part you want to pick the color for, and I will certainly take your ideas into consideration. That does help me out a little bit. Sometimes when I'm planning, to have somebody else make some of the choices for me, I get decision impairment, y'all. So, but I'm gonna show you how I do this without the color tools, the color catalog, and the color cubes, which is basically like I just look at it and try to figure out what colors I want and experiment. So that's what we're doing here. But so you'll get to see this one being planned out without the color. So color assistants, whatever you call them. And then that fairy, I call her the spiky fairy. We'll use the color tools. Okay? Now, to do art, we need our hair to look cute. We need our coffee. I have my coffee. Do you have your coffee? You should go get your coffee. Seriously. If you go get your coffee, I'll still be here, and I might remember to show you how to do the coffee meditation if you haven't done it before, or you haven't seen me do it before. It's so simple. Go get your coffee. What are you doing with your life? All right. So, changes. Med changes, I mentioned. So things are going to get wonky. And I'm going to have to pay attention to more than just streaming and art and, music and YouTube videos. And everything. I pay attention to everything. So, oh well. Anyway. Due to moving things, I have come to the decision that it is not a good idea for me to switch from diamond painting to nail art right now. I can still do my nails and have my basic supplies around. That's not a problem. But the reality is, blinging the diamond art takes up less space overall in terms of like, okay, I'm keeping these supplies at this house and those supplies can get packed and moved. I need to pack up my nail supplies and move them. And quite a lot of other things. So this couch over here is going to go to the other house sometime this week. I'll be moving the desk over and kind of angling it a little bit to get it out of everybody else's way, which means I have to clean all this up. And basically, if I can't fit it on that shelf over there, it needs to be packed and go to the other house. So what that means is that I have to change my plans in another area. We will not be doing nail art, which, I mean, sitting down and painting whole sets like these. I made these, if you didn't know. Um, we won't be doing that for a while. Until I've finished moving, at least. Hopefully things are sorted well enough in the house already that we can just move all the nail stuff. This is where the nail stuff is going to go. I already know where everything's going to go in the house. That's not a problem. It's just the process of getting it moved. There's only one person in this house that could really literally do the heavy lifting, and it's not me. I can barely pick up what I need, what I use, and make a mess with every day. But we're working on that. That's another reason for the meds adjustment. All right, let me grab the colors I need to do her skin. And I'm also going to go ahead and adjust the screen, the camera, the overhead, so you guys can see. I'm sorry. Look away, look away. So basically, yeah, a whole bunch of things have converged in just life in general that have created the need for me to come to a screeching, not halt, but they caused me to come to a screeching moment of, oh, yeah, I'm gonna need to change my plans for the near future and postpone some things and reorganize stuff. And then it's just a lot. It throws me off a lot. And then also, for those of you out there who deal with bipolar, I'm moving from mania, which is yay. Like, I felt kind of normal for the past few days. But I can feel the creep. I call it the creep of depression. And that bothers me. I always fight it as if, like, I can stop it. But the end result is pretty much always the same. So my goal these days is to attempt to get through it and do so with it having kind of the least amount of impact on my daily life, in such a way that I don't feel the need to scrap everything I've been doing and start over. It's a thing I do. Okay, that should look a little better for you guys. I know it looks a little crooked actually, but oh, not so bad actually. So she gives us in the class the color range for the dark skin option. And I've used that particular color blend before and I like it. So let me go ahead and grab those colors. I'm really sorry that I came to you guys with my desk a mess this morning, but I hope you don't mind. I'm always a little frazzled on Monday, and it was like, either I can show off my really messy desk and kind of, you could call it a get ready with me. Getting ready with me for the day's art. I don't know. What am I talking about? I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, so I'm not going to have all of these in my hand, but some of them I will. I believe that's cream, yeah. Hold on. Crimson light. That's Tuscan red, not what I'm looking for. These colors are from the last coloring page that I did multiples of, which was Galinda and Alphaba. Okay, so none of these are the color I need. It's okay. It's alright. It's fine. Burnt ochre. Sienna. That's chocolate. Dark brown. Henna. Peach. Peach. Beige. Okay. That's pretty much all we need right now. Also black, but I don't need that just yet. All right, ladies and gents. Let me go ahead and move these out of the way for the moment. Give me one moment. So I am skipping around in the class order for this. Not doing it in the order that she does them during the class. I like to do the skin tone kind of first sometimes because of smudging. I'm really bad at smudging. Close captions. All right, are we ready? No, because I turned off Spotify for some reason. Like, I have... Goodness, sorry. I'm sorry, you guys. Yep, it's trying to. Okay. I'm just gonna pick this song playlist, whatever, because it's a good one. Not necessarily how I'm feeling today, but so I do need to look at this. Look at the light source here. Okay, if you were starting with peach, you would start with sienna brown. But I didn't like the way that went on the last one. Okay, here we go. Mondays are always like this, loves. It just always is. So I wonder, like, does anyone else have any tips or tricks or experiences they'd like to share about how they deal with big changes? So I'm dealing with big changes that actually affect my art. But that's okay, because art changes aren't a big deal, are they? Change your plans, and it doesn't affect much. However, big life changes are kind of more difficult, right? So I don't know. It's like I use the art changes to find ways to deal with the changes, and then I take those things that I learned and I try to apply them to all the other stuff. Creativity is very, very important in my mind for getting through daily life. With just a little more peace, a little more inspiration. A little less anxiety. So I'm going to start with the dark brown. When we worked on this other one, we started with a lighter color, which was I think light peach, and we went through the light peach and we went down in the color blend to eggshell and white, and then we came back and did sienna brown and peach, and that caused kind of a buildup here on the skin that I really didn't like. I managed to get through with that though. Then when it came to doing the inside of the glasses, I did the same thing and I flattened it down a lot. And so when I came to put the muted turquoise over it for the shading, the tinting of the glasses, it got very mottled and had a lot of wax buildup that I needed to deal with. At some point, I'm going to attempt to use that powdered colorless blender for color pencils that I have over here. It's by Brush and Pencil, and I need to look up exactly how to use it. But I'm going to try and use that and see if I can blend that out. I'm going to keep trying to blend it out because it's practice. It's a practice piece, honestly. And as cute as it is, I don't mind if it gets like totally destroyed. Like, I hope that it doesn't, but even if it does, it's fine. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and start on this. A good time to mention that this is not a tutorial channel. I'm not here to teach classes or teach you how to do anything here. If you learn something, cool. But that's not the goal. The goal is to have an interesting thing for you guys to watch while we chat. I encourage you to grab your own art and join in. I feel like I'm doing this wrong though. Okay, I am doing it wrong. Because I'm looking at the reference photo, but she did that with the light peach. If I'm going to do this, going from the darkest color to the lightest color instead of starting in the middle, then I need to make my darkest color a little bit thinner than what I would if I was using, say, burnt ochre in this blend, which isn't a big deal. It's good that I realized it right at the start. So instead of going super far down with this color, I'm just going to keep it back to less of the shadowed areas. If I need to come back in with more of this color later, I can extend it out on a second or third layer. It'll be fine. This is just a different way to do it from the way we did it in the first one. So another change that I'm working with is that well, so location changes. Functionally, what I can keep nearby versus what has to go for moving. As well as, I mean, that's going to constrain what activities we can do for a while. It'll be fine. But I'm also changing my routine a little bit. Some tweaks here and there. To go with the medication tweaks. And I'm restricting myself to 2 new shows per day. So Most days that will be Philip DeFranco show and MSNBC highlights from the day before. Um, and then on the weekends, I'll watch like The Daily Show and John Oliver. But the only other time that I can watch the news is if I'm playing the Xbox. So I had this issue where I love to play video games. But I always feel like I shouldn't because I should be doing something else. Or it's difficult because of my hands. Anyway, yeah, so I've started playing the Xbox again. I'm playing Halo Guardians, running through the campaign. I'm playing it on easy mode. It's been so long since I've played that I'm basically having to relearn everything. But the rule that I made for myself is if I'm playing on the Xbox, I can have my iPad playing the news. I put it on the smaller screen, you know? So I do want to be an informed person. It's really important, but as much as I'm trying to do that, I feel like I'm harming my mental stability a little bit. So I'm just backing off of it. There's some things that, some stories, I guess, that I'm trying to follow. But I can catch up them all at one time instead of watching it every report that comes out every day. A lot of times it's just one little tidbit and they're repeating the whole story. There's only one new tidbit, you know? You don't need... I told myself you don't need to watch every single video on this topic when there's 7 of them that came out this hour. I'm a little bit ridiculous to myself sometimes, and I go overboard with things really easily. But now I have to figure out something else to put into my routine first thing in the morning. I'll be watching art videos during streaming from now on. That's what we're doing. It's not like I didn't know we were moving, I guess, to clarify. Yeah, I've known for a while. I just, we've never done this before. So we're trying to figure out what order to do things in and stuff like that. I'm just not used to it. We'll get there. I'm just putting in the cast shadows here. And you'll see that on some of these areas, I'm not extending out as far as I would if it was the mid-tone color. I'm keeping this darkest color to the most dark shadows. I'm going to use this as a reference too, instead of just the images, because I did a few things different there, and I'm just interested to see make it a little bit thicker right here. And then a little right here. Kind of in a little triangular section. And then right there too. And then we're going to come down to the neck. Right. And then let's do the hands. Add a little fingernail and one here too. And we'll come over here and do this one. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and blend this out. So the next color is gonna be sienna brown. And we're just gonna literally expand upon that base color. Because we've already got our shadows where they're gonna be. So that makes it easier. Because I'm just gonna come back right over that same color, and I'm gonna go a little bit further away from the edge where I put the first color. gonna add in more details as I go for the form shape, if that makes sense. Bye, baby. Have a good day. Bye. Give me just a moment. I'm gonna go to my watch later list on here. And actually watch the watch later stuff. Yay! I'm glad my background works. That's awesome. Husband in the chat, one of my favorite things. Husband in the chat, one of my favorite things. And I know this looks very, very dark, and you're going, oh my gosh, that looks horrible. It'll be okay. I promise. My eyes say that it looks terribly dark as well. But sometimes you have to accept that your eyes aren't telling you the exact truth while you're working on your project. Because it's not finished. It's just going to look weird till it's done. Also, I realized that it might be boring to see me do the same image multiple times. But it's something I do when I really love an image or when there's a technique in it that I really want to improve on. Um, Obviously, you don't have to watch every time I do them. And if that's the case, then I would suggest that you choose based on two things. One, do you want to see the original image and watch me learn the techniques? Or do you want to watch me take the original image and alter it after I've learned the techniques while I'm practicing the techniques? So, if that's the case, then I would always start with the first image that I color, the first series. So, for this one, you would go back and do the videos of this image that I did before. I always do them according to the class the first time, or at least mostly according to the class on the first go. And then if I do multiple images, I will come back to it. And that'll be like the second or third series I do of that image. So that's why for the most part, I put the image in the screenshot that I take that I use for the thumbnail so that you can see what we're coloring. Like I said, it's not that I didn't know that we were moving. I did, and I was preparing for it. However, we've never done moving this way before. When we moved here, it was pretty quickly because we had to leave before we needed to pay, the next month's rent. So we had to get out pretty quickly, and honestly, we didn't have as much stuff as we do now. And we've never altered a house before we moved into it. So it's a whole new barrel of wax. And due to that, we're just a little bit confused about what order to do things in. So we kind of keep changing it as we go, or it gets changed by necessity. And it's a lot of mental power for me. And also, it's hard to figure out, okay, well, what do we move now as opposed to later? And I'll be honest, I think most of the things in this home are my art supplies. So, guess who has to make those decisions, sort of? Which is why, again, I've changed how we're doing things. We're not going to be doing nail art until after the move. Like I said, I'll still be doing my nails, but that's just a very small amount of things that I need to keep around. So I think I'm going to go ahead and start packing up the nail stuff. I'm going to bring in from the building anything that I use on the regular that I took out there, which isn't a lot of stuff, but I do need to bring probably my coloring books. Yeah, just the stuff on that one little shelf back in here. Yeah, I don't know, but a lot of the stuff in the building has to go ahead and go. And then everything in the pod mostly can go ahead and go. And so for the most part, until the move is done, we will be focusing on diamond art and coloring. That's it. Okay? I have to restrain myself to certain activities so that I don't have everything around me. Um, because, I just, there's too many things that I do as hobbies. And once we get moved, I'll be able to do whatever hobby, whenever I want to do it. Well, according to my physical abilities. I've been trying all weekend, well, actually for a week at least, to figure out how to get my live streams saved as videos on the YouTube page. I saw somebody a while back had said that if you edit the live stream and trim it, it will save to videos section of your YouTube page, but that didn't work. So I'm working on it. I'm getting sleepy. We'll make it though. It'll be fine. All right, next color is going to be burnt ochre. Yeah, so the thing is that I don't want to re-upload them because what that will do is it will create two versions of the same video on the channel. Somewhere in Reddit, somebody had explained how to do that, and I don't exactly remember. I know, that's the video that I uploaded directly. It wasn't ever streamed live. So even when you're coloring, you know, a peach skin tone like we did last time, you'll notice that there's very dark parts of it actually. It's not all one color. And when we first started coloring it and we put those dark colors on, it did look weird. So that's the same thing we're experiencing here. This looks really weird, but this is how we build up those layers of color so that we don't like just color it with one or two shades and make that really flat looking um, now this is definitely the area where if you make a little mistake here, because it's the first layer of color, if you go ahead and correct it on the first layer, it'll be fine. So excuse me, Polly. Polly. I'm gonna grab my skinny eraser. I always make sure when I'm doing colored pencil that there's no color from the last time I used it on the end of the eraser. So sometimes I'll turn it and just let it rub off onto the glass. So right here around the nose, I kind of don't like that. Because I want to leave that little kind of highlight around the edge of the nose. I'm bringing this color in kind of thickly. Sharpen this a little bit. Okay, I gotta take it out of the holder. It's too short. I think I have multiples of this. Yeah, I do. What am I thinking? Remember, this is just the first layer of application of the color. I take my dark brown and go right back in here to define this a little bit more. All right, that's a little bit better. Still looks a little weird, but that's not the main problem. It's not a main problem, rather. Okay, next color we have is going to be peach. And don't bring the peach all the way back. I'm just going to go mostly back over the burnt ochre. So I'm going to bring this peach color in pretty far, but I'm still leaving room for the beige and our highlights. But I'm going to bring it in pretty far. So from here next to the bottom of the lip, I'm going to round this out into kind of like an apple cheek. And then from here, I'm going to bring that right around there. I'm going to do the same thing inside of the chin. I'm just going to kind of bring it around and let everything kind of connect here. This is kind of one of the ways I like to do my chins. It's not exactly the way other people do it, I don't think. It looks right to me. What's kind of funny is I'm really struggling with the knowledge that I'm headed into my depression period. And like I said, I always fight it, which is ridiculous because I'm gonna end up there anyway. I don't know why I fight it, you know, except that it's just my natural inclination. Anyway, usually when I end up in a depressive stage, my routines and my projects and all of that kind of peter out, go to the wayside. I'm going to try this year to not let that happen so much, because it's very frustrating for me, because when I get knocked out of my routine for whatever reason, when I'm feeling better again, I feel like, oh man, I have to start over, because for one thing, I don't remember what I was doing in my routine before the depression hit. And also, I get this feeling like, well, maybe, I mean, obviously something in that routine wasn't working. And then, you know, things have changed while I've been in depression. And I feel like I have to start all over again. And then when I go to start all over again, I feel like, okay, well, I need to write down everything I do so that the next time I go through this, I'll have a list and I won't forget, you know, what was my routine. And then it just becomes too overwhelming, so I don't write it down. And I feel like I never get back to a normal state, which I'm not, you know, normal. So I don't know why I keep trying to do that. Did that come? Okay. I didn't do the burnt ochre underneath the neck pieces, so let's do that real quick. Normal is very overrated, but I don't know why. In my head, I think that I have a stage of normal. I don't think I do, but there's a certain level that I'm trying to get to all the time. Okay, and now we're gonna go with the beige. We're just getting closer and closer and closer in with our colors. From the dark cast shadows and form shadows in towards the highlights where the light's hitting it. I'm not taking this back over everything. And I don't want to build up too much color, too much wax, okay, in the dark colors, because I'm going to come back over them. So I'm only taking this back into basically the peach and a little bit of the burnt ochre. And I'm keeping my pressure super light, kind of going in a circle, just like up and over the edge of that last color. I'm not trying to flatten all the tooth of the paper yet. I'm going to bring this beige right through the center of the chin. I'm going to come along the outside of this shape a little bit, not a lot. So, like that. It just helps the shape look a little more rounded as it goes backwards. So it used to be that I would go offline, off the stream at 11 o'clock for lunch. And then I would try to get back on the stream after lunch, and that just wasn't working out for me. So I've been experimenting the past week with just staying online until I'm ready to get off. But I still have to take my meds and everything. I just do it here with you guys instead. And then I have to try and remember to let the dogs out afterwards. And that's a big change in my routine. I got this teeny tiny white. I don't know if I can do this. I gotta find my big white pencil. I know I have another one around here. I don't know what I did with it though. Anyway, so I'm gonna bring my white pencil right through the highlights. Not heavy yet, but just enough to kind of give a little bit of wax coverage to those areas. And that will help us blend, but it will also prevent it from getting too dark with smudginess. Sometimes I will come in and I will do the white first, like put in the highlights first. But since this is a dark skin tone, I wanted to make sure that I didn't get it too dark or leave too much of a highlight. I'm going to bring this white over the actual teeth right here, just so that they don't get smudgy with dark colors. Oops. Well, that's not great. Okay. I may not know where that specific white pencil is, but I'll tell you what I do know is where all of my white pencil backups are. So, I'm going to go get coffee and grab my meds. Things might get interesting after I take my meds, because that's where the first change is. But I'll get my meds and get some coffee and grab a white pencil. All right, I'll be back. It won't be long, I promise. I'm back. All right. Let me take my medicine. I grabbed my fingernail files because we're gonna repair that this nail before we go. Okay, we got more coffee. And so now I need to really pay attention to what my body's telling me so that I can assess what the meds do. And I found a white pencil. Yeah. There we go. All the little highlight areas. And just add that white. Come along this bottom edge. So when I have to deal with changes and make changes, a couple of things I do is one, I actually get a little bit more strict with my routine. So I make sure that I'm doing certain things. For example, I make sure that I'm sleeping right. I make sure that I eat well. I make sure that I do meditations. It's time, I guess, for me to start putting yoga back into my routine. You see, it's frustrating because things are changing and I feel like I just now started getting things back to normal. So that's frustrating for me. But yeah, I become just a little bit more strict with myself. I make sure I'm doing my logging. I take better care of myself. That's the first step. And I try to give myself more grace as well. And just, I may make my routine more strict, but I try to be, I try to expect less of myself in terms of what I actually feel like I get done during the day. And the other thing that I do is I try to just be more accepting of things going however they're going to go without trying to force things. And that can be super hard. I think I've come a long way because there was a time a few years back when my nervous system couldn't handle any kind of change at all. And I was pretty miserable, to be honest. And when dealing with change, I really work with applying the concept of baby steps. You know, just doing one new thing in the routine at a time, or not trying to do so much in 1 hour that it wears me out, you know, things like that. So I guess I've both become a little more strict and a little less strict, which, I mean, I guess that doesn't sound like great advice, does it? Okay, we're going to come back over all of these colors for a second layer. Before that, let me pick out like colors for, let's see, do Deco Pink and this Process Red, Deco Pink, and Henna.
This is a reminder for me to take my meds.
Okay, now Process Red.
This is a reminder for me to take my meds.
And then Deco Pink. Just a little touch there. And also, let me grab the dark brown. And I'm going to come in next to the teeth right here. I'm going to come around the lips to kind of create a little bit of shadow on the teeth. And then right between them. Okay. Now we're going to go back over everything. I'm actually going to bring these darker colors a little bit further in. They're still going to be kind of lighter, but they'll be, it's almost like creating a third step. Oh no. I have the hiccups. If you guys are enjoying hanging out here, or if you're enjoying the video later on, let me know. If you want, you can click the like button, or you can click the dislike button. Not gonna hurt my feelings. If you want, you can also click the subscribe button, and there's that notification bell there. I'm not gonna force you to do it. That's not what we're about here. I literally love this song. I think it's so funny. I don't know what feels right to be. I don't know what Do you see how the color is becoming more of a skin tone now than just blobs? Not blobs. Good time, I'ma be the bad guy. I'ma show you not afraid to tell you the bad. Okay. Next color is sienna brown. Coffee meditation, anyone? Warm cup on the hands. Quick meditation, just a little breath or two. So, sienna brown, and I do come back over the dark brown with this color. Do you see how it's getting darker and darker? Kind of define that hair as I go around it. As we add this second layer of color, you can start to see that I'm flattening the tooth out in the darker areas. But even still right now, I'm not going over it super well because I'm still building up that color. I add in more detail as I get through the layers. So on the first layer, I kind of sketch the detail out softly, but then as I get the next layer and the next layer, I add in those details. Next color is the burnt ochre. It's empty. Right. It's barely come along that line to kind of just make it disappear, because that's one part that I didn't like in the last version. So it's not a whole lot of line, just very barely. Again, I'm trying to keep all of my layers really softly so that it doesn't flatten down the tooth too much until I'm ready for it to be flattened down. I'm probably going to do that with a blender pencil because I want to keep this dark skin tone. No. Goodness. I gotta sneeze. I don't want to sneeze. I hate sneezing. Nobody gonna treat you. Come as my friend. Sometimes you just got to dance it out. What am I dancing out? I don't know. He's back. I didn't know he left. Okay, now I'm going to put in a different color that I didn't put in the first blend, which is henna. This is going to give it a little bit of a tone shift before we go on to the peach and beige. So I'm going to bring this not over the dark brown really, but everything else, just very lightly. It gives it a little bit more of a reddish tone. Looks more, it kind of takes some of the yellow out of the tone. Because the yellowish color can make it look a little bit unnatural. So I'm really not using this to color anything specific or add to the shadow. I'm more just adding this over the top of things to add in the tone that I want. In fact, I'm not even really flattening the tooth with this color. I'm simply just going over the top of it. All right, and now the peach. I'm gonna bring this peach right over the ends of the fingernail. With the darker skin tone, we also have darker nail beds. Okay, and now beige. Nothing's ever. I'm going to take this beige just barely over the top of the white, just to tone it a little tiny bit. We're going to bring that white back in. But remember, this is a darker skin tone. Right. So now we've got 2 layers down of our colors, and it's looking pretty good. What I'm gonna do now, oh, I forgot the white. Hang on. White. So when I'm blending out with the white, you can see, right, especially right here, that that henna kind of like fades into more of a pink tone in the highlights, which helps the skin not look so shiny and the colors not look so disconnected. So normally I would go through on a skin tone with the white pencil and flatten all of the tooth. I'm not going to do that here. Instead, I'm going to use my blender pencil, which is the same pencil composition. It just has no pigment in it. Okay. Alright, this is my favorite blender pencil. It's the Derwent drawing. And I'm just gonna take it really lightly over everything here. And it should just flatten everything. It makes it pop, kind of. It almost uncovers the color in a way. It's important to go slowly with this process so that you don't smudge your colors together. Mm. So now that we're close on the face, you can see how the colors are starting to merge together. When I am done with blending this, I'll probably need like another layer just to finalize it and bring everything together. But we're not going to do that today because of two reasons. One, I need to fix this nail before I leave this stream for you guys. And two, I need to step away from this and let my eyes kind of like adjust. So I'm just gonna leave it overnight and we'll come back and look at it again in the morning and decide what else we need to add to the skin, if we need to do anything else at all. Right, how's she looking? What do we think? I think it's going really well. I know it still looks weird. You gotta remember, her eyes aren't even colored. So we still have the inner eyes and the feet to do as far as the skin. But we're gonna leave this here for the day. And we'll come back to her tomorrow. Let me go ahead and move that. And this is just going to take a minute. Well, maybe not exactly an exact minute. Who knows, right? Take that back to this pencil. Thank you for serving me well. I'm just being weird, y'all. Okay. Got a drill. I forgot to take my gummy. And yes, I put the fingernail in here. So it came off. So no big deal. I knew this one was going to come off before the other ones. So I'm going to turn it over. And I'm going to use the mini mandrel with an arbor band, whatever. And I'm just going to remove the glue that remains in here. Nothing else. Did you just die on me? Nope. In a second. All right. I haven't filed anything on the top or the edges of it. So I'm just gonna take this right over my nail, over the overlay. Just to remove the residual adhesive. Okay, that's all. I'm gonna go rinse my hands and I'm gonna rinse the nail with just some cool water. I'll be right back in a moment. I have returned. Try it. All right. And now we're going to grab the rubbing alcohol. Which is on the floor. Ta-da. Sorry, I have something in my eye. Okay, I'm gonna spray my finger. Nope, that's water. Oh, no, it's not. What am I doing? Okay, let that dry really good. And also, I'm gonna spray the nail itself and wipe that clean. So we don't want to leave any like dust or residue, any of the previous rubber, glue, none of that. Okay, now we're ready. All right. Got my glue. Grab this. I just need one little sticky tab. Okay, so for the sticky tab, remember we want to twist them. And then we're going to apply it to the finger. Not all the way at the cuticle, but close to it. So now we're going to rub it, get it warm. And we're going to pull the little film off carefully. Okay. Now I'm going to apply the glue to the fingernail. Make sure you do it at the right end, you know. Nice smooth level. I mean, a nice smooth layer of glue. Just a little coat. Let it dry a little bit. And then we apply it. Press the center. And then the sides. And we're going to hold it for a while. Not a long while. I just like to make sure that I get it pressed on there and make sure that there's contact everywhere. And that is how easy it is to fix a popped off press-on nail with my little, what do you call it? My method. There we go. You should always press it harder than you think you need to press it. And for longer. And there we go. All done. Okay, guys. I'm going to go. I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll be working on our dark-skinned little boho beauty again. And I'll be thinking about what colors I actually want to do, like her shirt and everything. And yeah, we've got a lot of coloring to do this coming week. I think I'm done here. So, this has been Periwinkle Palace Arts. Thank you for hanging out with us. I'm Princess Bun Bun, again, if you didn't catch that at the beginning, and I'm here with my bunnies every day around 8:30 a.m. That's Central Standard Time. And we come here and we do art stuff. And we did art stuff today. We showed up. We got some stuff done. We thought about things. We talked about things. Yeah, and that's it. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, and I hope the rest of the week treats you well, and I will see you next time.